yes, deep divers. Oh yes. Oh yes, wonderful deep divers. Shout out to everyone who's here. Shout out to everyone who's joining us. We got a whole lot to talk about. How's everybody doing in the chat? You are appreciated. Let's just breathe in that good ass prana, baby. Let's just raise the frequency, deep divers. I hope your day is going good. Peace, infinite waters, diving deep once again. Wonderful deep divers, you are appreciated. Shout out to everyone who's here. So let's talk about it, deep divers. A lot of people said, Ralph, go live. So we're live, deep divers. I told you, I'm a man of my word, right? I'm a man of my word. And a lot of people are undergoing a spiritual awakening. But what no one tells you about the awakening journey, about the process, what no one tells you. Let me give a shout out to everyone who's here. What no one tells you. So much is happening in the world right now, from a global pandemic to a new normal. A lot of people have lost jobs. Sonia Bear, you are appreciated. Let me shout out and give thanks to Sonia Bear. I'm giving thanks to everybody today. Sonia Bear, you are appreciated. My friend, my guide, my brother, my inspiration, and the only man I look forward to seeing on a daily basis. Sir Ralphie, your videos this week were epic. Hey, the week isn't finished. The week isn't finished, Sonia. I watch them on a continuous basis like TV. You are appreciated. Sonia, you are appreciated. And that's how we're starting. We're starting off with gratitude, deep divers. That's how we always start. It's always good energy. I got to say thank you to all the deep divers who are supporting the show. I got to say a thank you to the cat down the road. I got to say thank you to Jamelia. I got to say thank you to... I got to say thank you to my sister, to my mom. So what nobody tells you about the spiritual awakening, let's just dive into it. We haven't wasted any time. We're just going to dive straight into it. Violet Warrior, you are appreciated. So right now, a lot of people are being judged for standing in their power, for standing in their freedoms, for saying, actually, we ain't having it. I told you about this split that's occurring right now on the planet between 3D and 5D. What's happening? You see, many people are so programmed in the matrix. Many people are so hypnotized by the mainstream media, by everything that's going on, that if you are someone who says, actually, I want to be free, they might call you a conspiracy theorist. If you are someone who says, actually, I don't believe what they're telling me on the news about the global pandemic, you might be labeled a conspiracy theorist. And this is part of the spiritual awakening journey, because you got to remind yourself, the majority of people on the planet are in the dream spell. They're hypnotized. They are under mind control. And it's only ever a small percentage of the population who wakes up. And therefore, you got to remind yourself it's a gift to have this level of awareness. It's a gift to have this level of insight into what's happening. Amy Bennett, you are appreciated. Let me shout out to everyone who's here, Deep Divers. Oh, we need to go 80s, right? We ain't gone 80s yet. We're going to go 80s. We just started the show, Deep Divers. Make sure you smash the like button. Make sure you smash the like button, Deep Divers, and share this link. Amy Barnett, you are appreciated. You are how I start my day. I am so grateful for you. You are appreciated, Amy. Shout out to you. You are truly appreciated. So I want to remind you of this. There are stages to waking up, and there are levels to waking up. And the first level of a spiritual awakening is the dark night of the soul. And this is what everyone is going to go through at some point in their life. They're going to have a tremendous breakdown. And this is the catalyst for a spiritual awakening. This is the catalyst to wake you up. Many people may not have had their spiritual breakdown, may not have had their dark night of the soul, and this is why they are still hypnotized. And the dark night of the soul comes to you like a thief in the night. The dark night of the soul comes to you like a thief in the night. It comes to you like a thief in the night. It comes to you like a robber in the night. And it can happen to you when you feel kind of weak, when you feel like you can't go any longer, you can't go on anymore. And a lot of people are in that cocoon state, in the chrysalis, and they're going through the metamorphosis. And you are dying to everything you know. It's a spiritual death, it's an ego death. And this is what happens. And when that happens, when the dark night of the soul happens, after that emerges a whole new vision, and you got to give thanks for it. You've got to give thanks for it. So I want to remind you, a lot of people are depressed right now on the planet. A lot of people are undergoing a huge dark night of the soul, because this is what's needed to go to the next stage. This is what's needed to go through the metamorphosis. So always remind yourself of that. Oh, you like the water theme? Oh, we love the water theme, Deep Divers. So let's just raise the frequency. Let's just raise the frequency, Deep Divers. Make sure you smash the like button and let's go. I'm so happy. The whole world is just beginning. We already won. It's about us all. So many beautiful deep divers here. Oh yes, deep divers. So many beautiful deep divers here. You are appreciated. Let's go 80s, baby. Feels so good to be alive, baby. Yeah, I'm so happy. It's a choice. It's always a choice, deep divers. It's always a choice. It's always a choice. So let's talk about it, deep divers. Let's talk about it. Shout out to everyone who's here. Everyone who's diving deep. You are appreciated. Let's talk about it. Diving Bear, you are appreciated. Diving Bear, you are definitely appreciated. So I want to remind you, in these days and times, you're going to have to be strong. Like I said in today's video, it's all about reclaiming your power. It's all about you staying in your truth. It's all about you standing up for your freedoms. And what a lot of people do not talk about when it comes to the spiritual awakening is they do not talk about it can be a lonely road for a lot of people. Because a lot of your friends are programmed by the matrix, programmed by the mainstream. And you might find you're the odd one out. Diving Bear, you are appreciated. Giving thanks today. Diving Bear, you are appreciated. Gratitude and much respect, my soul brother, on another beautiful day. To all the deep divers, keep the vibes high and remember to do something today that you can thank yourself for tomorrow. Absolutely. That is so important. That is so important. So it can be lonely for a lot of people who embark on the spiritual journey. When you realize we are spiritual beings having a human experience, everything changes. When you realize we are multidimensional beings having a human experience, everything changes. When you realize everything in this matrix is a big illusion, things change for you. Even these big tech companies are censoring people. They deleted one of my videos, and it's because they are afraid of the truth coming out. And many people who are awakening realize that there is a effort to hide the truth from the masses, to dumb people down, even with what's happening with the global pandemic. And they're not stopping. I told you, the inorganic ones are working day and night to make sure you are a prisoner. But like I said, they tried to trap us. They forgot we had the keys. Slow motion this side. They forgot we had the keys, deep divers. Say it again, Ralph. I said they forgot we had the keys. So along the spiritual awakening journey, you start to realize much of what you've been told is a complete lie. In fact, all of it is. And part of your job is to make sure you are unplugging every single day from the distractions, from the illusions all around you. And you have to make sure that you do that every single day, because every day they aren't stopping to deceive you, to control you, to manipulate you. And what nobody tells you when it comes to the spiritual awakening journey is that many of people you know, your friends and your family, I told you with a global pandemic, you have a lot of people saying, hey, get the shots. And if you don't get it, they're going to judge you. They're going to label you. This is all done by design from the inorganic ones, because this is the only way they can control people, by putting people against each other. This is the only way they can control people, by putting people against each other. I told you. when people undergo the spiritual awakening and when they start to wake up, they start to see the bigger picture. A lot of people are like, hey, did you see the game? Did you see the football? This is still a matrix program. All of these things were given to you by the inorganic ones, sports and entertainment, all designed to distract you from waking up to the truth of who you really are. And this is why the masses are just focused on that. And there's nothing wrong with it. I love sports. I play sports. But I always remind myself it's only a game. A lot of people don't think that. They take it as a matter of life and death, right? It's a matter of life and death. When it's all a game just to keep you away from yourself. Michael Gibson, you are appreciated. Michael Gibson, you are appreciated. One love to everyone who's here. CD Void, you are appreciated. Make sure you smash the like button, deep divers. CD Void, you are appreciated. Thank you for helping me through my hardest times. I have learned to deal with betrayal and people stuck in their lower nature. I am finally emerging from the cocoon. You are appreciated. Hey, that's what I love to hear. This is what I love to hear, deep divers. This is what I love to hear. Finally emerging from the cocoon. Beautiful. Beautiful to hear that. And this is what the spiritual awakening is all about. This is what the spiritual awakening is all about. It's about awakening from the cocoon. This is what this spiritual awakening is all about. One love to everyone who's here. You are appreciated. We're just warming up, deep divers. We're just starting. We haven't even started yet. Make sure you share the link as we dive into this topic. Make sure you smash the like button. Also, let me give out some announcements. I put out a video called It's Too Late. Wake up before it's too late. It's a trap. Go and watch that new video. And make sure you are reminding yourself right now, it is time to free ourselves from everything that's happening. This is the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. This is the reason why I wrote this book. Feel Alive by Ralph Smart on Feel Alive by Ralph Smart on Amazon and at ralphsmart.com/the book. This is the reason why I wrote this book, because in this book, you will find information that will help you become your greatest version. This is the reason why it's already helped millions of people. Make sure you go and get that book. Also, make sure you check out the Good Ass Prana shirts at ralphsmart.com/close. Now, let's talk about it, deep divers. Shout out to everyone who's here. First, let's raise the frequency. Let's raise the frequency a little bit more. One love, Aries 222 Taurus. Deep gratitude to you, Ralph. You are one of my mentors. I appreciate you. You are truly appreciated. I appreciate that. Deepest gratitude to you, Ralph. You are one of my mentors. One love to you. This is for you, Aries 222, just to help you raise the frequency. Once again, make sure you smash the like button. and share this link. Let's go to Africa. Time to go to Africa, deep divers. Let's raise the frequency. Nothing but good vibes here, deep divers. This is how we raise the frequency. Oh, yes. This is how we raise the frequency. So let's talk about it. I had done a video called It's a Trap. I actually put out a video earlier called Watch This Before It Gets Deleted. That video was removed, but it's uploaded again. And there's another new video called Wake Up Before It's Too Late. Go and watch that new video. It's a trap. Many people along their journey start to remind themselves that it's all a trap. The whole system is an entire scam, a big illusion. And this awakening comes from a dissatisfaction. When you one day wake up and say, I'm no longer impressed by what they're serving me. I'm no longer impressed by Instagram. And add me on Instagram, @official Ralph Smart. Who cares, right? I'm no longer impressed by how many followers you have on Twitter. It's all an illusion. I'm no longer impressed by how many subscribers you have on YouTube. I'm no longer impressed on your self-absorbed narcissistic personality on Instagram. This is what happens with a spiritual awakening. You are now diving deeper. You're moving beyond the surface. And this is the reason why you'll never be the same. And I want to tell you, I've been on the journey for a long time, and you realize there are levels. Spiritual awakening is not just about reading a few books and saying, hey, I'm awake and aware. It's about when you really go on the journey within. Because a lot of people are reading these books at the same time they're saying, hey, let's get the shots. They're still programmed in the matrix. Because there's a difference between knowing and believing. There's a difference between listening and acting. There's a difference between knowing it truly for you. And a lot of people don't know because they're fresh souls, they're young souls. And this is why there's levels to this shit, deep divers. Many, many, many levels. And it has a lot to do with the time you were born, your birth numbers, your birth chart. It has a lot to do with what you're here to do on the planet. Not everyone's going to make it. Your friends and family, a lot of them are not going to make it because their soul is still young, is still fresh, and therefore they have a lot of lessons to learn before they ascend. But for those who are on the spiritual journey awakening, I want to remind you, you're never alone. The universe always sends someone. Continue to live your truth. Continue to stand in your freedoms. I told you, the inorganic ones, their greatest fear is that you wake up, because they don't have any power over someone who is awake and aware. But their greatest power is your fear. Their greatest fear is that you wake up to your true power. So this is what we all have to continue to do, to be in our power every single day. Let's raise the frequency. Let's raise the frequency. Let's go. Let's raise the frequency, deep divers. Because we got to raise the frequency. I got to shout out to Francesca. Listen to this, deep divers. Oh, this is an exclusive, baby. Oh, beautiful vibes, beautiful vibes, beautiful vibes. Now, what did I say? In today's new video, I gave you a parable, and this is tied into spirituality. Okay, so we're going to read it. We can read it together. It was about the Mexican fisherman. So let's read it. Let's read it together, right? This is the parable. The parable of the Mexican fisherman. Make sure you smash the like button, deep divers. Smash the like button and share this link. Listen to this parable very closely. A boat docked in a tiny Mexican village. An American tourist complimented the Mexican fisherman on the quality of his fish and asked how long it took him to catch them. Not very long, answered the Mexican. But then, why didn't you stay out longer and catch more? Asked the American. The Mexican explained that his small catch was sufficient to meet his needs and those of his family. The American asked, but what do you do with the rest of your time? He said, I sleep late, fish a little, play with my children, and take a siesta with my wife. In the evenings, I go to the village to see my friends, have a few drinks, play the guitar, and sing a few songs. I have a full life. The American interrupted. I have an MBA from Harvard, and I can help you. You should start by fishing longer every day. You can then sell the extra fish you catch. With the extra revenue, you can buy a bigger boat. And after that, asked the Mexican, with the extra money the larger boat will bring, you can buy a second one and a third one, and so on until you have an entire fleet of trawlers. Instead of selling your fish to the middleman, you can then negotiate directly with the processing plants and maybe even open your own plant. You can then leave this little village and move to Mexico City, Los Angeles, or even New York. From there, you can direct your huge new enterprise. How long would that take us? Asked the Mexican. 20, perhaps 25 years, replied the American. And afterwards, well, my friend, that's when it gets really interesting, answered the American, laughing. When your business gets really big, you can start buying and selling stocks and make millions. Millions, really? And after that, asked the Mexican, after that, you'll be able to retire, live in a tiny village near the coast, sleep late, play with your children, catch a few fish, take a siesta with your wife, and spend your evenings drinking and enjoying your friends. Okay, so I had to read you that very powerful story. Had to read you that because that story is symbolic with everything that's happening right now on the planet. Right? It is symbolic. And this is why I always tell you, make sure you do not sell who you are for a few silver coins, a few gold coins. The story is summarizing the spiritual journey. I told you, it's only when you make a lot of money, you realize money is not the answer to all of your problems. It's a tool. It's only when you have fame and success that you realize actually what matters the most is spending time with your family, spending time with loved ones, people you care about, people who are important, not just materialism, not just fame on Instagram, not just fame on Facebook. It's about how you treat other people, your own personal enjoyment, the interaction you have with your family. Because even if you get all of that treasure, when you have all of the money in the world, what are you going to do? You're going to do what people with a lot of wealth are going to do, which is do what you want to do. Well, you can actually do that right now. You can actually do that right now. Deep divers, you see, the moral of the story is that Ralph Smart is doing that right now. We are doing that. I'm doing that right now. And I had to share that parable with you just to remind you that the highest form of wealth is your peace of mind. The highest form of wealth is how you treat other people. The highest form of wealth is spending time with your children, your family. It's more precious than the fame, than all of the gifts this matrix sells to you. But a lot of people, they aren't like that guy in the parable. Instead, they go on the quest, on the road to riches and diamond rings. And by the end, what's the song? In the end, it doesn't even matter. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I've counseled a lot of people, multimillionaires, help them stop committing suicide. They say, I got all the money in the world, but I'm depressed. I'm suicidal. I said, wait a minute. Something went wrong there. You see, we got to remind ourselves, this is part of the spiritual awakening journey. You got to find something that money can't buy. You got to be on the love frequency. Are you on the love frequency, deep divers, right? Or you got to be on the 80s frequency. Once again, if you're just joining us, make sure you smash the like button, deep divers. Smash the like button and share this link. Smash the like button and share this link. Let's raise the frequency and give thanks. Let's raise the frequency. This is the hero's journey, deep divers. Remind yourself to be the hero of the story. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. But I think we're missing something right now. I think we're missing something. I'm so happy. The whole world is just beginning. We already won. We already won, deep divers. And this is what I want to remind you of. We already won. In the new video, I spoke about how the apple is symbolic of people losing their innocence. And I'm going to go over the new video in this video. The apple is symbolic of people losing their innocence. And it's not a coincidence millions of people have an Apple phone. When we talk about what it means to be a human being means to have compassion for all life forms on the planet. Human beings are slowly turning into human androids. I told you about the singularity. You are already a cyborg. And this is why a lot of people are waking up to say, actually, I got to hold on to my humanity. Otherwise, the Neuralink is going to be inside of my brain. Right? So part of this whole journey, especially in a global pandemic, is to hold on to your humanity, is to be a human being and not a human android. Slow motion this side. But like I told you, everything is symbolism. The apple that's bitten, which is your iPhone, is symbolic that you have lost your innocence. You have gone out of the garden and now you are the machine. You see, they told you in iRobot. They told you in Demolition Man. They told you in The Invasion. They told you in I Am Legend. They told you what they were planning for you because you are in spiritual warfare. And the people who control the Matrix, they also control the entertainment industry. Why do you think a lot of celebrities aren't speaking up about what's happening? Because a lot of celebrities, they signed the contract. What did Kanye West say? Kanye West said, I sold my soul to the devil for a crappy deal. Kanye West said, I sold my soul to the devil for a crappy deal. Well, at least it came with a few toys like a Happy Meal. What are those few toys he's talking about? When you sign that contract to the inorganic ones, they're going to say, hey, they're going to take you to the top of the mountain and say, hey, we'll give you all of the gold in the Matrix. We'll give you millions of followers on Facebook. All you have to do is dumb people down. That's all you got to do. Don't tell them the truth. Don't tell them anything that can help them wake up. Keep them asleep. And this is why we are the real stars. You have to roll out the red carpet for yourself. What? Deep divers. You got to roll out the red carpet for yourself. Oh, we got a rainbow. I want to remind you of that there's levels. One of the levels to spiritual awakening is to remind yourself that a lot of people are still caught up in governments, politician, Joe Biden, or any world leader, not realizing this is part of the puppet show. that these people are puppets being controlled by a hidden hand, by the inorganic ones. And this is why they have no real power. They too have to read off a script, and they're still slaves. And this is why you are more free than these celebrities. You are more free than these politicians. Because once you sign a contract to say, hey, I'm going to be a world leader, or I'm going to be a celebrity and program people in the matrix, you got to stick to the script. But you can't really speak your heart and mind. You have to be a puppet. So you remind yourself that that's why there's levels to this. You see, everything is spiritual before it becomes physical. And the people who run this matrix are deep occultists, people studying Aleister Crowley, the Church of Satan. All of these people, these are the people who run the matrix. So they know about the occult world, but you don't know about it. They know about it. They know about the numbers. They know that people who are born with certain numbers have certain powers. If you come in on the 11/11, November 11 at 11, you come in with a certain power. If you come in at the 444, you come in with a certain power. If you come in at the 33, that's what I came in on, the 33. You come in with a certain power and protection. You come in with a certain power and protection. So they are aware, not the people who are in charge. I'm talking about the people who are controlling the matrix, which are occultists. They're not, you will never see them on the, you won't see them on the world stage. They're always behind the scenes, but they deal in deep magic. And these people are studying every single day. They know that it's so easy to control a human being. It's so easy because they know that 95% of human beings don't think. 95% of human beings are still in an infant stage, kindergarten stage, and therefore like little sheeps in the wilderness. But they do know that many people are coming back. And they do know many people have certain gifts and certain powers. Let me shout out to everyone who's here. Everyone who's here. Phoenix, you are appreciated. Phoenix 24 Ham. Thank you, Ralph. We have grown up with you, breathing in that good ass prana, baby. Absolutely. So let's raise the frequency, deep divers. Make sure you smash the like button and share this link. Smash the like button and share this link. Let's go. Oh, I like the sound of this, deep divers. This seems kind of epic. Remind yourself you are the power. Remind yourself you are the power. So, say do, you are appreciated. Shout out to you, you are appreciated. Thank you for your daily inspiration, Ralph. I appreciate you. Here in the heart of nature, listening to birds making fire, What do you say of supplements for vegan people? For example, vitamin B12, PS, love all of you. That's a fantastic question. I've been vegan for over 15 years. And it's funny because like I told you, it's been a fantastic journey of eating to live, but you got to do it right. I'll be doing more food videos. B12 is a great supplement. Also, make sure you have enough iron. If you're vegan, make sure you have enough iron in your diet. Make sure you have enough protein. You want to be looking at chia seeds. You also want to be looking at E3 Live. E3 Live is the most powerful superfood on the planet. It blows chlorella out of the water, and a lot of people don't even know about it. E3 Live is the most powerful superfood on the planet. So if you ever put your hands on it, drink it. I mean, it's not a nice taste at all for me, but it contains B12, it contains zinc, iron, magnesium, everything. But B12 is very important. If you are vegan, you should be having your B12 supplements as a standard. You are appreciated. Shout out to you. So, like I was saying, a lot of people are starting to realize with this whole global pandemic, you're starting to see people's true colors. Because I told you there's levels to awakening. And some people who you thought they were awake, they're like, actually, I'm not awake, man. I'm getting vaccinated next week. I'm getting the shots. I'm getting the Neuralink in my brain. So you start to realize that a lot of people, sometimes people watch my videos, but they say, hey, I still live in fear. So you've got a long way to go. Because I told you about the levels of spiritual awakening. It's got nothing to do with what you're reading. It's got nothing to do with the videos you see. It's got everything to do with how long you've been on the journey, not just in this lifetime, but in previous incarnations. And this is why a lot of people who are at the highest level of spirituality, is where your spiritual experience is a vibrational match to your current reality. In other words, what you're doing is exactly your spiritual awakening. That's the highest form of spirituality. And this is why a lot of people who wake up, there's a difference. Some people wake up, then they go back to sleep. But some people wake up and they say, oh, I'm going to create a lifestyle based on my awakening. Sometimes they become self-coaches. They write a book. They start inspiring other people. That's the other level. They're not only saying, hey, I just woke up. They're now stepping into the helping other people role. And this is how to know if someone is at a high level of spirituality, if they are now able to share their wisdom with other people. In India, they will call that person a guru or a teacher, because it's someone who has experienced the high, the low. They have a lot of information to share with people. And that's a high level. But also, remind yourself, we are all spiritual beings having a human experience. And right now, you have to remind yourself, there is a war against humanity coming from all directions. And the only way out is in. That's the only way out. One love to everyone who's here. We're raising the frequency, deep divers. Raising the frequency. Let's just raise the frequency. Make sure you smash the like button, deep divers, and share this link. And give thanks. Like I always say, gratitude is the most important thing in life. Without it, we can't exist. With it, we can exist. I like that. Let's raise the frequency. Oh, we like this. So Adam, absolutely. We are powerful beyond measure. You are appreciated. We are all powerful beyond measure. Complain less, smile more. Absolutely. Absolutely. We are all powerful beyond measure. Complain less, smile more. This is what we have to do more of. Every single day, remind yourself of that. Giving thanks to everyone who's here. Fabio, you are appreciated. Ralph, post-awakening, I went from wanting money to not at all, and now my financial goals are even bigger than ever. Don't know if it's good or bad. I always tell you, you don't have to worry about money. Worry about your happiness and your peace of mind. Money will become a byproduct. And focus on service, and money becomes a byproduct. Focus on, instead of saying, how can I make $1 million? Focus on saying, how can I serve 1 million people? You see, those that give will always receive. They'll always receive. And that's why I'm always receiving, because I've learned the art of giving. When you learn the art of giving, you learn the art of receiving. So always remind yourself of that. Always remind yourself of that. And this is the reason why I told you. I'm exposing the matrix. I'm exposing the matrix. Jamelia, you are appreciated. Shout out to the wonderful art of Jamelia. Go and check out her artwork, deep divers. Wonderful soul. Thank you, Ralphie. Much love. You are appreciated. So when you realize that with everything happening, it's all about you realizing that in this day and age, a lot of people can't share because they're caught up somewhere else. And like I said in today's new video, there's only a few people left that's going to stand up for you. One day you might wake up and there'll be no one left. You will be living in a 1984 Orwellian nightmare. What did Orwell say? If you want a vision of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. And this is why it's time to wake up. This is why it's time to stand in your power. This is why it's time to protect the health of children, the mental health of children. This is why it's time to unite against big tech, because it will only go on as long as you allow it to. It will only go on as long as you allow it to. So every single day, remind yourself of that. It will only go on as long as you allow it to. And this is why a lot of people who undergo their spiritual awakening remind themselves that they can say no. They do have a voice. In fact, your voice is so powerful. This is the reason why they're trying to censor it. But it's only more credit to you that you are waking up, that you are doing something tremendously powerful. You see, it only ever takes one person to change the world. It only ever takes one candle to light 1,000, to light 1,000,000, to light 1,000,000,000. What did Tupac Shakur say? I may not change the world, but I guarantee you, you are appreciated for that. What did Tupac Shakur say? I may not change the world, but I guarantee you I will spark the brain of the person that does. And it only ever takes one person to change the world. That person is actually you. You've just forgotten. And right now, you have to remind yourself of that. Martian Farish, you are appreciated. Thank you, Ralph. Infinite love and light to everyone. You are appreciated. Shout out to you. So I want to remind you that there are levels to this whole thing. I came in wanting just to live a very quiet life. I still live a quiet life, but I said, hey, I just want to live behind the scenes. Even at one point, I said, hey, I want to be a producer. I wanted to be a music producer. I still produce, but I wanted to actually enter the industry. And I met all of these celebrities. I met Kanye West. I met John Legend. I met all of them. I met all of them face to face, right? Been in the same room as them. And I realized that the universe didn't want me to go down. The universe didn't want me to go down that path. The reason why is because if I was to go down that path, there would be no infinite waters. But I know that a lot of young people are drawn to that path. You're drawn to the fame. I want to be a famous superstar. And this is why a lot of people will do anything for TikTok views, will do anything for the gram. And I always say, along your spiritual journey, you remind yourself, don't do it for the gram. Do it for yourself. Right? Do it for yourself. What if Kanye is watching? I wouldn't be surprised. Prince used to watch my videos. And a lot of people watch my videos. A lot of people celebrities watch my videos? Because I told you, many people are starting to wake up. Many people, when you're in a position of influence, you are also watching other people's videos who are also awake and aware. I told you, we are the real stars, the real superheroes. Most people cannot say what I'm saying because if they do, they lose everything. It's too risky. So they got to shut up and do as they're told and be a slave. I'm not a slave. I'm a free person. But a lot of people, they're also awake, but they can't speak. And that's why I always say, don't judge these celebrities. Feel sorry for them. Send them some good energy because they need it. A lot of them, they don't want to do what they're doing, but they're already too far in. So they got to continue working for the inorganic ones. So I want to remind you, there are real stars. One of them is you. One of them is you. You are a real star. And there are also people in the industries, in the entertainment field, in the sports field, who are also trying to help humanity. But it's just that a lot of them have a job to do. You can't serve two masters. You're either elevating people or you're dumbing people down. There's no in between. And this is what you realize on the spiritual journey. If I was going to be an entertainer, an artist or celebrity, mainstream, I got to do that. I got to dumb people down, lie to people, manipulate people. I got to do my job. And that's what they're doing. They got to do their job. Don't hate them. I'm doing my job right now. That's inspiring millions of people. And that's why I'm always protected, because I'm exactly where I need to be. A lot of people know who I am. They know the vibrational frequency I hold. And also, they know the numbers. You see, I told you, who you are is based on your numbers, is based on astrology, the oldest science. And this is why all the occultists study astrology, because that is governing everything in existence. Astrology. The time you were born. That will show you exactly what you're here to do on the planet. Thank you, Matrix Generation. You are appreciated. You are appreciated. One love to everyone who's here. You are appreciated. And I'm going to be going live again tomorrow. So I want everyone to be there as well. Jacob, you are appreciated. Oh, we got a nice setup. Hi, Ralph. Love you, man. Keep being amazing. Tough times. Scared I'm going to lose the people I love to the vax. I keep raising vibes daily, though. That's wonderful. That's what you got to do. You got to do that because, like I told you, part of being awake and aware is to realize that not everyone's going to make it. People close to you, people who you love and care about, a lot of them are still under the dream spell, hypnotized. And you are someone who has had this big awakening, and this is why you see the world in a different way from them. Some of them are going to judge you. Some of them are going to label you a conspiracy theorist. Some of them are going to call you crazy. But I want you to tell them, I'm not crazy. I'm just waking up. So keep on strong, Jacob. You're doing great. The Matrix generation, shout out to you. Shout out to the Matrix generation. If you are on this live, Deep Divers, make sure you smash the like button and share this link. Smash the like button and share this link. Isn't time to go smart 2.0 live talks? Breathing deep in that good ass prana with lots of deep divers in the same room. I had a dream. You are appreciated. You are appreciated. I got a gift for you. Let's go. Let's raise the frequency. One love to everyone who's here. Let's go. I'm so happy. The whole world is just beginning. We already won. It's about us all. So many beautiful deep divers here. It's a choice. So happy to manifest whatever you want, to be whatever you want. It's a choice. Freedom is a must. We have to become the spoon. We have to become the spoon, deep divers. You heard it there. We have to become the spoon. And right now, I want to tell you, there are a lot of great things happening, even though it seems like a lot of bad things are happening. Because I keep telling you, everything is in reverse in the Matrix. When you live in reverse, L-I-V-E, it becomes evil, E-V-I-L. Everything is in reverse. So when they tell you it's going to be bad for you, it means it's going to be good for you. Right? Let me shout out to everyone who's here. Noah, you are appreciated. One love to you, you are appreciated. Let me shout out to the wonderful Noah. If you are on this live, make sure you smash the like button, deep divers. Smash the like button and share this link. Do that right away. Do that right away. So let's just remind ourselves of that. Love you and what you do every day. What's wrong with the vaccination? Don't we all need this? I always remind you that I'm not here to tell you what to do. You got to learn how to read in between the lines. And this is how you free yourself and go to the next level. You see, part of the spiritual awakening is to remind yourself that you're not here to listen to what Ralph Smart says. You're not here to listen to what your government says, your best friend says, your mom says, your dad says. You are here to listen to yourself. That's what you're here to do. You're here to listen to yourself. And this is why I told you there's levels of spirituality, levels of awakening. A lot of people say, hey, there's nothing wrong with what's happening. I can wear a face mask 24/7. I can do this. I can take the shots. I can do all of it. Nothing wrong with it. And that's perfectly fine. Go and get vaccinated. Some people say, I'm listening to music that dumbs me down and I like it. Hey, continue to listen to music that dumbs you down. Some people say, I smoke 50 cigarettes a day and I love it, Ralph. I say, hey, continue doing what you're doing. I'm not going to convince you otherwise, because like I say, the truth is the truth is only for those who have the eyes to see and the ears to hear. A lot of other people are going to have to go through the lessons, the hard experiences to wake up. But this is why I told you, there's levels to this. Some people say, I don't want to know anything that's going to help me grow. I just want to live in the illusion. And that's okay. That's okay. Spend all of your time on TikTok. I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to judge you. Because there's levels to this. And this is what you have to remind yourself of when we talk of the spiritual journey. Everyone is exactly where they need to be. Remind yourself everyone wakes up at a different time. Literally, everyone wakes up at a different time. And this is why it gets trippy. Because everyone is waking up at a different time. Right? Everyone is waking up at a different time. Olivia, shout out to you. What about those who have had the shots and you are appreciated? So I want to remind you, everyone wakes up at a different time. And this is what you have to remind yourself of. A lot of people aren't going to get it. Some people say, I love watching TV all day. I love drinking Coca-Cola. I love eating Big Macs. And I love doing that. That's okay. It's where they are in their journey. And this is why you have to remind yourself, there's levels to this. Some people say, I love listening to music that is just degrading women. Gun violence, all of these things. It's because of where they are. And they're going to have to learn some serious lessons and go through the dark night of the soul before they ascend. Don't focus on what people are not doing. Focus on what you have to do. Slow motion this side. Say it again, Ralph. Do not focus on what people are not doing. Focus on what you have to do and where you need to go. That's a slow motion. And this is part of the spiritual awakening. If you always remind yourself, I never focus on what people are not doing. I always tell you what I'm doing and what has helped me along my journey to raise the frequency. And this is how you can free yourself every single day. Always remind yourself of that. Let's raise the frequency, deep divers. Let's go to Africa. Make sure you smash the like button and share this link. Smash the like button and share this link. Post it on Facebook, Instagram, all of that. Let's go. This really feels like I'm in Africa right now. This music will raise your frequency. Enjoy it. We're just raising the frequency, deep divers. It's the Lion King right now. Oh, yes. And the reason why I always play that is to remind us of where we came from. You see, a lot of us, when we start to realize the way we are living right now is so different from how we are actually supposed to be living. And we got to return to a more organic way of living. And this is how we free ourselves. Because it's all a trap in the matrix. And the reason why it's a trap is because I told you there is talk of the Anunnaki who created human beings as slaves, use them to mine gold. In South Africa, you have Adam's Calendar, one of the oldest megalithic sites in the world, over 300,000 years old. And you have other sites like Stonehenge. Once upon a time, they used to observe the stars. They used to have all of this technology. In Egypt, you can find pictures of helicopters, aeroplanes. Nothing is new under the sun. It's already been here. You can see Atlantis right here, right now. Lemuria right here, right now. So when you realize that nothing is new under the sun, and from time immemorial, it's always been a battle for the hearts and minds of the people. And the ones who were free were the ones who knew who they were. And this is what the spiritual awakening journey is all about. That's why the oracle in the Matrix tells Neo, oh, that's Latin. It means know thyself. And when you come to know who you are, you start to evolve. Many people don't know who they are on the planet. When you don't know who you are, it's dangerous. You end up living someone else's life. The amount of people who have messaged me, they're like, Ralph, I didn't know who I was. It's like I was a zombie. Let's talk about the zombie apocalypse. A lot of people don't know who they are right now. I've been there. And that's why I say don't judge people, because we've all been there. When you don't know who you are, you turn into a zombie. Fela Kuti, what did he say? Zombie. Tell a zombie to walk, it will walk. Tell a zombie to stop, it will stop. Tell a zombie to go, it will go. A zombie will do anything you tell it to do. And this is how the mainstream media control billions of zombies on the planet. Because they don't know who they are. So always remind yourself that there's levels to this. And right now, the Oracle was my favorite one in the Matrix. That's great to hear. You are appreciated. So when you realize that there are a lot of people who already know what's happening on the planet because they were in tune with who they really were. A lot of people still don't know what's happening. They still don't know what's happening on the planet because they are out of tune with who they really are. And this is why part of spiritual awakening is to remind yourself it's like a sword. You got to sharpen it every single day. You can't rest on your laurels, because this is why a lot of people wake up, then they go right back to sleep. Because you got to practice. You got to exercise. You got to work on yourself every single day. And this is why a lot of people cannot hold the space long enough. They say, gosh, this is too hard. One of the highest levels of spiritual awakening is to keep your integrity. A lot of people will do anything just to be seen, even if it goes against who they are. And that's dangerous. That's very dangerous. And this is why I told you, it doesn't matter how much you know. It matters what you're doing. A lot of people watch my videos, even on Instagram. They watch my videos on YouTube. Gabriella, you are appreciated. Now, when I look at their own profile, this shows me that this person is not really applying what they know into their life. So you realize they still are not at that level. They still are not at that level of truly having the mental emancipation. And this is why I told you about the levels of spirituality. It's just like me making videos saying, hey, raise your frequency, and then promoting alcohol to drink. This is what a lot of these celebrities do, right? They have their own alcohol to sell you. They don't say, hey, drink water. So even though they might talk a little bit about awakening, what are they pushing? They got their own alcohol brand, and they get that by the inorganic ones. It's got to be alcohol. It's got to be something that can take you away from yourself. Got nothing to do with awakening. So I always want to remind you that you are more free than these celebrities. You are more free than these sports stars. I love sports. But remind yourself it's just a game. The inorganic ones, I told you, they reversed everything. They got you focusing on the game like it's real life. And like real life is the game. Right? You got people who take sports so seriously. And when you are watching sports and entertainment, you get involved in it emotionally, and it's fantastic. But you got to remind yourself these things weren't created for your entertainment. They were created. Ronaldo drinks water. I saw that, right? That's good for him. They were created to keep you in a state of amnesia. So I always say appreciate sports, but also remind yourself there's something bigger happening than what you're seeing. Let's raise the frequency, deep divers. Shout out to everyone who's here. Make sure you smash the like button and share this link. Let's raise the frequency. Check out this song, Summer. Let's raise the frequency. This is that music that you just feel good listening to, deep divers. So, like I told you about the stages of spiritual awakening, a lot of people let me give a shout out to everyone who's here. Serene Grace, I appreciate your generous offering. You are definitely appreciated. Let me give a shout out to all the people let me shout out to Serene Grace. You are appreciated. Thank you for that. Learning who you are and then applying it every day to your life with all that love is easy to say and hard to do, but every bit worth it for your peace. So grateful for our leaders like Master Ralphie. Slow motion this side. Powerful. Powerful. Learning who you are and then applying it every day to your life with all that love is easy to say and hard to do, but every bit worth it for your peace. And you say you're grateful for me. I'm also grateful for you. Because it's people like you. There's a rainbow for you, Serene Grace. It's people like you who it's people like you who are supporting people like me and who are helping people like me to continue to do what I'm doing. And that's why I always give thanks to people who are helping to support the movement. Because remind yourself, one thing you got to remind yourself of is that I've been making videos for a little while, deep divers. And the reason why I can share is because I'm thankful to the universe every single day. I'm thankful to the universe every single day. And I want to remind you that we've been here for a long time only because of gratitude. Over 4,000 videos, deep divers, inspiring millions. That's a lot of work. Think about all of the work Ralph Smart has put in. Think about all of the work Ralph Smart has put in. Think about all of the work inspiring you every single day. A new video every single day. I want everybody to smash the like button right now. I want everybody to smash the like button right now for Ralph Smart. I want everybody to smash the like button for Ralph Smart, who's been inspiring your ass every single day. I want everybody to smash the like button for Ralph Smart, who has been inspiring you every single day, day in, day out, for years. He deserves the credit. He deserves the appreciation. He deserves the respect. Don't you agree, deep divers? 2012, 2013, 2014. And it's not about ego. It's about respect. When you realize you can only inspire people being in your heart space, I remained humble. And this is why the universe blessed me and is blessing me every single day. So I want to remind you that the reason why I'm still here is because of gratitude. It's not of my power. It's of the power from the universe that says, okay, this is someone who's been doing the work. He's not a fluke. He's not someone who just started yesterday. He's been doing the work for years. These are the people I respect. If I go to someone's YouTube channel, I say, okay, how long has this person been putting in the work? Show me your resume. Show me your resume. Show me your resume. How long has he been doing the work? How long has she been doing the work? Show me your resume. Show me your resume. Show me your resume. Show me your body of work. Show me your body of work. Show me your body of work. And I told you, it's not of my power. I was born into this because this is what I came here to do. And this is what I'm always going to do because I told you, I'm only living my purpose to help other people live their best life and become their greatest version. But I want to remind you, always check how long someone has been doing something. Always see, did they just start yesterday making videos? How long have they been making videos? How long have they been inspiring people? If I see someone playing the violin, I want to know, how long have you been playing for? Show me your resume. Are you an OG at what you do? If you are a tailor, I want to see how long you've been doing that. If you are a scientist, I want to see how long you've been doing that. If you are an author, how long have you been writing books? If you say, I've been writing for the last 50 years, I can say, okay, I can respect that. If you are an athlete and say, hey, I've been doing this since I was 4 years old, I can say, okay, you put in the work. You put in the work. So I always want to remind you, you have to respect the work someone has been putting in, not just today. You have to go back and take a look at where they first started. You have to go back and take a look at where they first started. So I always want to remind you of that. King Plays, you are appreciated. Shout out to you. Hey, Ralph, any knowledge about life path numbers and their meanings? My life path is 1. I am grateful for the help, advice. Thanks, One Love Mentor. Absolutely. You see, I told you, this is part of the spiritual journey. The life path numbers are everything. If you are a life path number 1, it means you are entering new beginnings constantly in your life. It means that you are a pioneer. And this is why a lot of people see the 1111. They see the 1111, which is the gateway from this dimension to the next dimension. TDG911, you are appreciated. Brother Ralph, you are a beautiful soul. I thank you for all that you continue to do. Much gratitude. You are appreciated. I see you. So the life path number is everything. When I tell you that you have to pay attention to the numbers in your life, when I look at my own birth certificate, my mom showed me time you were born, 303, pardon? 303, pardon? 303. Day you were born, 303, pardon? 3, pardon? 3. Life path, 3. There's a whole lot of 3s in my life path. And I was born on March 3rd at 303. That's a 33. And when you learn about the numerology of numbers, especially the number 33, it is, you have 33 vertebrae in your spinal column. There's a reason why 33 is the most revered number in the universe. There's a reason why secret societies worship the number 33. 33-degree Mason, 33-degree Mason, 33 Club. Why was Walt Disney in the 33 Club? Because they realized the 33 was the Christ consciousness. That's why Tesla spoke of the 369. The 369, if you want to understand the universe, study the numbers 369, the first number being the number 3. Which is the Trinity, the body, mind, and soul, but also the man, woman, and child. So the life path numbers are showing you what you're here to do. For instance, a 3 is all about creativity. It's all about you influencing people in a positive way. The 1 is all about you reminding yourself to be a pioneer. Also putting what matters to you the most first. Prioritizing. Making things important for you that mean to you something of a deep significance. For instance, people with a life path number 1, they are always making sure they prioritize in life. Family comes first. Children come first. People with a life path number 1 always do that. Because it's all about prioritizing, also about new beginnings. That's a great question. Shout out to everyone who's here. So I want to remind you, deep divers, with this new spiritual awakening. We just use these terms. The truth of the matter is, we are only energy in human form for a brief moment in time. And this is why, as you wake up with everything that's happening, you realize it's all temporary. When someone dies, what happens? People might cry, they might have a funeral, and then life keeps on moving. No one cares about how much money you had. Nobody cares about how many followers you had on Facebook. And no one cares in the next 100 years. You're not looking back at people who passed away hundreds of years ago, remembering each one. Because the truth is, we are all immortal. Our energy never dies. But we have to remind ourselves that we have this beautiful life to live. And therefore, we have to give people their flowers while they're here. Therefore, we also have to remind ourselves that it all goes back in the box. This is part of the spiritual awakening. I told you the parable of the Mexican fisherman. Let me just go over it again in a few seconds. There was a Mexican fisherman. I actually said fisherman and someone said, Ralph, aren't you a vegan? It's a story about a fisherman. I'm allowed to talk to him. I'm allowed to say a story about a fisherman, deep divers. So a Mexican fisherman, he was on his boat, peaceful. And an American tourist approached him and said, hey, I see you are a fisherman. Describe your life for me. He said, hey, I sleep late. I fish a little. I spend time with my wife. I spend time with my wife. I spend time with my children. I play the guitar. In the evenings, I hang out with my friends. I have a siesta with my wife. Life is good. And the American tourist said, you know what? I graduated from Harvard. I got an MBA. I've got an idea for you. You should work all day and fish all night and all day so you can make more money. And also, when you do that, buy a bigger boat. And also, you can employ other people in the village you live in to work for you so you can make even more. So you can have a whole fleet of boats. And then he said, then you should invest in the stock market. Invest in the stock market. And the Mexican fisherman said, okay, how long will all of this take? He said, 25 years. And he said, and then what? He said, the American tourist said, you'll be so rich, and then you could retire. And then the Mexican fisherman said, and then what? And then you can live in a small village, sleep late at night, fish a little, play the guitar, hang out with your friends, take a siesta with your wife. And the Mexican fisherman replied, that's what I'm already doing. Slow motion this side. So that story is the spiritual journey in a nutshell. That a lot of the times we don't realize we have all the treasures already here. Many people are looking outside of themselves. Many people are looking outside of themselves. And this is why you have to know thyself. I told you, I get offers every single day from big corporations. Ralph, do this sponsorship. We're going to pay you $5,000, $10,000, 20,000 euros. All you have to do is just promote this. And I always tell them, it's not in alignment. If it's not in alignment with what I'm doing, I don't have time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. So I want to remind you, when you know who you are, you're like that Mexican fisherman who is content with the life they live because you realize you are rich already, which is realizing I create happiness. The inorganic ones will always tempt you to say, hey, what you're doing is not enough. Hey, you need more of this. Hey, you are insignificant. If only you had the fame in the world stage, you'll be happier. Absolutely not. There's a reason why a slew of celebrities have gone tragically. Why? Because when you reach fame, high levels of fame, your ego grows. Let me repeat that. When you reach high levels of fame in the Matrix, you think you're better than other people. You create a separation. And this is why a lot of celebrities become depressed, because they have no interaction with their humanity. They think because they have millions of followers, they are some kind of god. No, you're just a human being like everybody else. And this is why I do these lives, to show you I'm the same as you. I'm not better than you. I'm not less than you. I'm your friend. I don't have fans, deep divers. I got family. What? Slow motion this side. Say it again, Ralph. I don't have fans, deep divers. I've got family. And this is part of the spiritual awakening journey. You see, to know if you are spiritually evolved or not, if someone meets you, you can just talk with them. You don't say, hey, I can't talk to you because I'm so-and-so. You talk to them. People meet me all the time. I just say, hey, what's up? Just a normal conversation. Right? I don't need a red carpet rolled out. I am the red carpet. Right? But I'm just reminding you that this is how you grow spiritually, to remind yourself that everything is interconnected. We are all the same. Everybody bleeds red. All of these countries, borders, and boundaries, this is part of the illusion. What did John Lennon tell you in the song Imagine? Imagine there's no countries. It's not hard to do. What did Alan Watts tell you? Alan Watts told you. Many people spend their entire life trying to search for something other than what actually is. And this is why a lot of people are depressed and miserable. When the truth stares you in the eyes that we are here to experience life, we are no different from the cat down the road. You have in your mind that you have some kind of superiority over everything on the planet. And this is why humanity has found itself in a deep ditch, because of the ego system, when we have to move back to the ecosystem. Once upon a time, the indigenous populations of the world, South America, Africa, all over the world, they coexisted with Mother Nature. That's what the film The Avatar was trying to show you. The Na'vi people lived in harmony with Mother Nature. Everything was beautiful. But somewhere along the lines, what happened? They got invaded. Things started to go left. And left is a good thing, because left is left-handed. I'm left-handed, by the way, deep dives. So we have to get right with the planet once again. And this is part of the spiritual evolution that's coming back to say, actually, you see, there's something called morphogenetic resonance. And what that means is how you treat the planet is how the planet treats you. Let me repeat it. It's called morphogenetic resonance. How you treat the planet is how the planet treats you. This is science. And therefore, if everyone has a negative energy on the planet will have a negative energy towards you. This is what the ancients knew. That you are influencing the field around you. And therefore, if enough human beings hold a frequency of love, the planet changes. So this is why in a global pandemic, you do not want to be on the fear frequency, because you will end up creating a reality that does not serve you. You want to be on the love frequency, and you can change everything around you. And this is why they do their best to make sure you are never happy, to make sure you are always depressed, to make sure you are never enjoying life. Everyone was happy in 2020. Hey, let's enjoy life. And guess what? The pandemic comes. Let's lower the frequency. They don't want to see you win. They don't want to see you shine. Well, guess what? It's too late, because we're raising the frequency. Everybody on this live, make sure you smash the like button and share this link. We got a whole lot to talk about. Jesse, you are appreciated. Shout out to you. You are appreciated. You are appreciated. So I want to remind you, deep divers, we are living in monumental times. And in the new video, go and watch it after this. It's time to wake up. It's a trap. Jess, you are appreciated. Infinite Peace, you are appreciated. Shout out to you. Thank you for that. Let's just raise the frequency. What I'm going to do, then we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about elephoria, because I mentioned that in the new video. I'm going to break that down. That's a Greek word for freedom from slavery. We're going to break that down. Let's raise the frequency, deep divers. Let's just listen to this just to raise your frequency. Let's go. Let's just raise the frequency. Enjoy this, deep divers. How you feeling, deep divers? You enjoying it? Let's raise the frequency. This is the meditation. That was the meditation. Now it's time for the 80s. Make sure you smash the like button, deep divers. Smash the like button and share this link. Let's turn up. I'm so happy. The whole world is just beginning. We already won. It's about us all. So many beautiful deep divers here. And I want you to listen to this guitar solo, deep divers. It's going to help you raise your frequency. Feels so good to be alive, baby. Yeah, I'm so happy. It's a choice. So happy to manifest whatever you want, to be whatever you want. It's a choice. Freedom is a must. We have to become the spoon. We have to become the spoon. One love to everyone who's here, deep divers. We have to become the spoon. And I want to remind you, we always create the world. This is what the ancients knew. We create the world based on our thoughts and feelings. And this is part of the spiritual awakening. You now realize you're a co-creator. So in that new video, I spoke of elephoria. And a lot of people say, what does that mean? That's a Greek word. It means Lee Chambers, you are appreciated. Thank you. Elephoria means freedom from slavery, and nothing is more needed right now than that. You see, a freedom from slavery. They are slowly turning the world into a prison. But it's not just because of a global pandemic. They've been doing it from time immemorial. Because the human being is extremely powerful. A human being is extremely powerful. When a human being knows who they are, they become like Neo in the Matrix. When a human being knows who they are, they take flight. They are the butterfly after the metamorphosis. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. So when a human being knows who they are, it's very difficult to program a human being who knows who they are. It is very difficult to convince a human being who knows who they are. It is very difficult to manipulate a human being who knows who they are. And this is what happens as you begin to evolve on your spiritual journey. You can see through the lies because real eyes recognize real lies. You can see through the mainstream media, you realize that it's all a script. They're all actors. You realize the whole world is a stage in the Matrix. Like Shakespeare said, the whole world is a stage. You realize that instead of voting for a politician, you're going to vote for love. You also realize that religion is for people who are afraid to go to hell. Spirituality is for people who've already been there. Religion is the opiate for the masses. I was serving in the church. Then I realized more people have been killed in the name of religion than anything else. There's a difference between religion and spirituality. Religion is man-made. Spirituality has nothing to do with man-made anything. It's a part of who you are. And this is why a lot of people who are evolving, they start to realize that it's all a trap. From the entertainment industry, the sports industry, the religions, the dogmas. This is what Krishnamurti was trying to wake your ass up to. Krishnamurti came back to give you a message. Krishnamurti came back to give you a message. Take in mind, if you don't know who Krishnamurti is, he was the world teacher. He was chosen by the Theosophical Society. And this was a very powerful group of people. They chose Krishnamurti as a young child because they knew who he was. They knew that this child was at a vibrational frequency that was so high. They said, hey, we are going to make you the world leader. Krishnamurti had an awakening to say, actually, I renounce being the world leader. I don't want this title. It's a trap. Krishnamurti said, it is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. He was ahead of his time. But I got to thank Krishnamurti because he helped me wake up. One of the things Krishnamurti would often talk about is that human beings live in an image they create, a construct. And this is why a lot of people, when they strip away the layers of who they think they are, Reza, you are appreciated. When they strip away the layers of who they think they are, they can now actually become who they really are. And this is part of the awakening. When I am in nature, and this is why when you're on the spiritual journey and you spend a lot of time alone, you are now moving into the core frequency. You're now moving into the core frequency of who you really are. And this is why many people have a big awakening, not when they're in the crowd, but when they're out of the crowd. They go hiking by themselves. They go to the beach by themselves. They go to the forest by themselves. When they come back to you, it's a whole new being because they've found out who they really are. This is why in the Native American culture, in the Aborigine culture, all over Africa, they had rites of passage. They would send young women, young men off in the wilderness, say, hey, go out by yourself, then come back home. They would come back awakened, enlightened, because they had found out who they really were. In today's society of TikTok, Instagram, instant gratification, that's what Instagram means. And they call it Instagram because it's a drug. Instant gram. Many people don't even spend 5 seconds alone because FOMO, fear of missing out. Remind yourself, when I first started sharing on Infinite Waters, I was meditating 5 hours every single day. I spend a lot of time alone. That's why if you watch the early videos, it was a straight download from the universe. Straight download, no social media. I didn't even have an Instagram, no Twitter. That was the pure state. That's where I'm moving back to. That's where I'm moving back to, because when you lose these distractions and really tap into who you are, you become the true creator that you came here to be. Everything in this matrix is designed to steal your attention, designed to take you away from yourself. And this is why when you invest the energy and time to say, actually, I'm going to go on a retreat. Actually, I'm going to go hiking. Actually, I'm going to go to the forest, going to go to the beach, going to go to the mountains. When you go there, you're going to have a beautiful experience because now you're finding out who you really are. That person on Instagram is not who you really are. Let me say it again. That person, ladies, fellas, who you show on Instagram, that's not who you are. You know it. You know it deep down. That's not who you are. That's a persona. It's a mask. So ultimately, in everything we're doing, we have to move into the true authenticity. This is the highest form of spirituality. It is the true authenticity. I had to leave my job in a school, working with autistic children, children with ADHD. It was cool, but I knew I wasn't being myself 100%. I would have to pretend even around other colleagues. Wilson, you are appreciated. I appreciate that. I had to pretend. I had to pretend be in the staff room, laughing at jokes which weren't funny. I didn't want to do any more of that. I didn't want to put myself through the torture of pretending to be someone I'm not. A lot of people are there. A lot of people are working with people. You got to smile around them. You got to act in a certain way around them. It's not who you are. And therefore, there comes a point in time where you say, actually, I'm just going to live the real, authentic me. This is the highest form of spirituality. Right now on the planet, with everything that's happening, I spoke of that word, eleftheria, which is the Greek word. It means freedom from slavery. We've all got to be free. But the new slavery is not physical. The new slavery is digital. Slow motion this side. What did you say, Ralph? I said the new slavery is not physical. The new slavery is digital. When you realize the people who invented Facebook, the founders, the first president of Facebook said he doesn't even let his children use Facebook. He said none of us do. Because we employed psychologists to make sure people stay on this app as long as we could. We manipulated people. He said, our children, they don't use Facebook. Even though we created these apps, they don't use it. We don't give it to our children. We let other people use it because we know what these apps do is called the dopamine hit. They said, okay, how can we get people to stay on these apps, Facebook and Instagram? If we show them that someone has liked their picture, now people feel good about themselves. They're going to stay on the app longer. It was all about trying to get people Free Soul Flynn, you are appreciated. It was all about trying to get people to stay on the app as long as they could. So this is why they created these manipulation tactics. But they don't even give it to their own children. It's just like I told you, everything is in reverse. Future, the rapper, singing about Percocet, all of these things. But his children, they go to private schools. They don't even listen to that music. So I told you, even in the industry, a lot of these artists are actors because the whole world is a stage. They sing about the songs that make the most money. It's got nothing to do with truth. It's a business. They give the people what they want to hear. But that life, they're not living it. It's actors. They go into the studio. A studio is where people perform and rehearse. It's a stage. So when you realize a lot of these mainstream artists, sometimes you listen to their music, but they live a totally different life than what they're singing about. It's all an act because they know this is what sells records. People don't want positivity. People don't want to raise the frequency. What do people want in the Matrix? Sex, drugs, violence. Those three things. Very simple formula for a mainstream artist. Sex, drugs, violence. That's all you got to do. You go number one tomorrow. Very simple. So that's what they sing about. They lead the youth down that path. They make young girls, young boys feel bad about their body. If you don't have a certain amount of followers on Instagram, now you feel like a failure. It's all done by design because they don't want you to feel good about yourself. This is the reason why a lot of people feel bad about their life, because they see all of these artists having a great time, but these artists are actors. So you got to remind yourself that don't be fooled. Not everything that glitters is gold. Not everything that glitters is gold, because part of the spiritual awakening is that you're going to have to face your shadow. And this is the greatest part of spiritual awakening, is the shadow work. The shadow work is to strip away everything you think you are. You got to let it go. Adam, you are appreciated. You got to let it go. And when I realized this, I said, okay, I get it. If you take away everything, who am I? Who were you before the world told you who you were? Who were you before you bought that car? And does that car make you any better? Does the jewelry make you any better? Can you take it with you? Unfortunately not. Because at the end of the day, it all goes back in the box. This is what the ancients knew. In India, you have many gurus. And during the last part of their life, they're totally silent. They're meditating because they're finally seeing the secret, that it's all an illusion. And that it doesn't matter how famous you are. What matters is how authentic you are, how you treat other people, how compassionate you are. These are the things that matter. But I told you, in the Matrix, they got to reverse all of that. They got to sell you the illusion that what will make you happy is this TikTok fame, this 30 seconds of fame on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook. But what really makes you happy is your authenticity. Always remind yourself of that. And this is why right now, I'm able to speak my heart and mind. I don't care about the censorship because you can't censor the sun. You can't censor the truth. I didn't invent the truth, deep divers. It was here before me. You can't censor love. One of the ways people heal themselves is by learning shadow work. Shadow work happens when you are vulnerable. It happens when you fall in love with everything you have been told that is undesirable about yourself. You say, actually, I accept it. That's the shadow work. The shadow work is where you show human beings who you really are. And this is a stage of spiritual awakening. So you don't only show the glamorous pictures on Instagram, you also show people when you're on the toilet seat. That's the shadow work. Are you going to do that? You're not going to do that. See, that's the levels of shadow work. A lot of people, they feel a certain way about the global pandemic, but they're quiet. When you are quiet, you suppress your emotions. You have all of these emotional blockages in your body. Suppression is depression. Depression is suppression. And this is why a lot of people have insomnia. They really want to say something, but they can't. So they create a lot of these energetic blocks all around their body. And part of the spiritual awakening journey is about speaking your heart and mind, speaking your truth, even if your voice shakes. And this is why the freest people on the planet are those who can speak their heart and mind without fear. Freedom is when you have nothing left to lose. And none of us have anything to lose at all. Because energy can never be destroyed, only transferred. We will continue to reincarnate into these bodies in different forms. The only thing they can scare you with is death, fear. That's the only thing they can scare you with. And then you realize we are infinite beings. We never die. We only multiply. We only multiply. So Eleftheria, which is freedom from slavery, is about realizing we got to be free from even digital slavery. We got to be free from even trying just to play along with the status quo and be a goody-goody. You see, the problem with me, deep dive, is I was always a bad boy. I was always a bad boy. In other words, I always break the rules. And this is what, when you realize man-made rules were created to be broken. Because man-made rules are illusions created from a limited mind. They've got nothing to do with universal order, which is the true law of the land. I obey the universal laws, but not man-made laws. Because man-made laws are full of corruption, deceit, and treachery. So part of this evolution is to remind yourself that if you see people around you who are telling you what to do, ask yourself, these people, are they meditating? Are they in nature? Are they eating to live? Because a lot of people are taking advice from people who aren't even in tune with their own selves. And that's the definition of insanity. A lot of these leaders you have, they're not meditating. Stacy, you are appreciated. They're not meditating. So all the information they're going to give you will never go higher than that frequency they are on. This is why in ancient times, they had the oracles. The oracles in ancient Greece and ancient Egypt were often virgins. They were pure energy, but also they were living a life of raising the frequency. They were living a life of learning the sacred sciences. They were living this life, and that's why they were natural clairvoyants, because they were living it. And that's why when people would ask them for advice, they knew exactly what was going to happen to them because they were so in tune. Because they were on that frequency. They were doing the inner work. They were doing the shadow work. But in today's society, you're taking advice from someone who's already out of their own mind. Because these same people are not in tune with themselves. So it's the blind leading the blind and the dead burying the dead. And therefore, along the spiritual journey, what I had to learn was that I'm not going to follow someone who is not even living a life I aspire to be living. I'm not going to follow someone who is not even aware of all that exists. So when you remind yourself, these politicians, I told you, these are the games the inorganic ones created. When they talk to you about what they're going to do, ask yourself, did this person meditate today? Do they even know about meditation? Do they know about raising the frequency? How come they haven't spoken about that? At the same time, you're taking advice from someone like that. You're crazy. So as your evolution grows, you realize that, oh, I get it. These people cannot help me because they too are lost themselves. They don't even know who they are. Because I could say I'm the president, I'm the prime minister. Doesn't mean anything. If I haven't done the work, I'm in no position to tell people what to do with their life. But you are listening to people who don't even meditate. They're not even eating to live. And you are electing them as your officials. This is why the world is insane. So remind yourself that the lunatics are the ones who are in charge of the lunatic asylum in the Matrix. So part of it is about realizing that this is why it all changes. You can meet people like my mentor and other spiritual leaders who are coming from a place of actually living this life. And this is why when you listen to them, it makes a whole lot of sense. Because they're not only speaking, they're actually embodying what they're speaking about. They're an actual example of what they're speaking about. And this is the difference. You see, when you realize, like when I would listen to Krishnamurti, I wasn't just listening to Krishnamurti. I was realizing he wasn't just speaking. He was the embodiment of what he was speaking about. He was a living example of what he was speaking about. And that's the difference. That's the difference. When we talk of the levels, you can speak, but are you the embodiment of what you're speaking about? That's the difference. So right now on the planet, we have to remind ourselves with this split happening, and it's happening fast. It's not personal. Jody, you are appreciated. It's never personal. It's that people are at a different level. And everyone wakes up at a different time. Everyone wakes up at a different time. And therefore, I want you to remind yourself of this. Many people are only going to give you advice about what's happening on the planet right now according to their own vibrational frequency. And that's why you have to take what people tell you with a pinch of salt. You got to take what people tell you with a grain of salt. Because people are only going to tell you about the life they live. They can't tell you anything else. And this is why right now more than ever, you need discernment. You need to remind yourself your own family might turn against you because you're not in cahoots with what's happening. And that's okay. It's not personal. And that's why the spiritual journey requires strength. It requires courage. It requires bravery. One of my favorite books is The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. And when you want something, the whole universe conspires to help you get it. And my best-selling book, Feel Alive by Ralph Smart, I say, the universe reveals its secrets to those who dare to follow their hearts. This is what happens on the spiritual journey. The universe reveals its secrets to those who dare to follow their hearts. Many people are only living in one version of reality. But as you dive deeper, you realize there are infinite realities happening simultaneously. We don't even have to go into the string theory or the hologram theory, the holographic universe. We don't have to do that, or the simulation universe. Anyone will tell you that the chances we are living in base reality is billions to one. 1 in billions. In other words, the chances that all you see is all there is 1 in billions. We are only seeing less than 1% of the electromagnetic spectrum, which is 0.035%. I told you, over 80% of the ocean is unexplored. Over 80% of the ocean is unexplored. People don't know what's down those waters, baby. Phoenix, you are appreciated. So when you realize what the bleep do we know, quantum physics is trying to slowly wake up humanity. Something very interesting happens. Phoenix, you are appreciated. Something very important happens when you observe electrons in an experiment. They actually change their behavior when people observe the experiment. In other words, you influence the experiment just by you observing it. This is the kind of quantum reality we live in. Have you ever noticed this, deep divers? Let's just say you're watching a sports game. You actually change the outcome of that sports game. Have you ever noticed that? If you don't watch, something else happens. If you do watch, right? Something else happens, right? This is how it works. Just by observing the electrons, you change the behavior of the electron. You change the entire experiment. When people are not watching the experiment, it's a whole nother experiment. So when we take that to remind ourselves This is why Dr. Emoto was talking about the water experiment. The way you talk to water changes the molecular structure of the water. He observed that people talking in a loving way to the water, they would form beautiful symmetrical crystals, perfectly aligned. People who had words of violence, anger, frustration, the water came out. The structure was very unattractive. We are over 75% water. Just imagine what's happening when we're talking to ourselves every single day. And this is why part of the spiritual awakening is all about reminding us that we have to talk to ourselves with love and not hate. Because everything we say, Nefa, you are appreciated. Everything we say to ourselves is being recorded. Everything we say to ourselves is leaving an imprint on us in a cellular level. There is something called epigenetics. What is epigenetics? Your perception can alter your DNA. This is a science. It's not a fiction. Epigenetics states that if you are having a good perception, you influence your whole body in a positive way. Your cells act differently just by changing your perception. That's why I always tell you, the universe works in my favor. You got to have that mindset every single day. You got to raise the frequency. You got to raise the vibration. Because this is how we can change our entire anatomy. When you learn this, it's a game changer. You realize you aren't insignificant. You realize you are a co-creator. So I want to remind you, a lot of people are now starting to tap in to the ultimate power of who they really are. And I want to remind you, many people along your journey may not get you. Some people may call you a conspiracy theorist. If you are on this live, make sure you smash the like button, deep divers. We're just starting. We got a lot to talk about. We got all day. We got all day, deep divers. We got all day. Smash the like button. Wonderful live stream. Peace and love and progress be all. Glad you're enjoying it. We're not finished. We're just starting. We're just warming up. We're just getting started, deep divers. Smash the like button, deep divers, and share this link. So let me talk to you about the 4 states of consciousness. I've done a whole video on this. The first stage is the drone archetype. And the drone archetype is the zombie. And the zombie, this isn't Resident Evil, deep divers. The zombie is an individual who is totally unaware, who is being controlled from outside forces, or sometimes inside forces. The zombie is possessed. Anybody can be a zombie. I've been a zombie. I'm sure you have as well. You can be a zombie if you're drinking a lot of alcohol, you turn into a zombie. If you're listening to the wrong kind of music, you turn into a zombie. If you are around a bad influence, bad people, you can turn into a zombie. If you are living a phony ass life, you turn into a zombie. If you aren't being who you really are, you can turn into a zombie. And the only way out of being a zombie is to move to the second state of consciousness, which is the artist. The artist is the second state of consciousness. As an artist, you realize you don't want to be a zombie anymore. You want to use your voice. And this is why many artists are more awake than zombies. An artist is now using their voice to speak up, opening that throat chakra. And that's a great step. However, many artists haven't learned how to be alchemists. Because an artist is just expressing their truth. An artist doesn't have to be right or wrong. All they have to do is tell you about an experience. So we respect the artists. But don't expect an artist to be a role model. And don't expect an artist to be a teacher. An artist is not here to do that. An artist is here to make music, sing about their experiences. But stop looking for these celebrities, artists to be your role models. They're not here to be teaching you about the sciences of life. They are only here to express how they feel. And this is why I always tell you, I don't expect artists to wake other people up. That's not what they're here to do. An artist is only here to express their authentic experience. That's why you can have artists who dumb people down, but that might be their reality. To sing about what they grew up with. But they're not here to start teaching you about the mysteries of life. So don't blame the artist. Don't worry about the artists, because they're not here to be your teacher. They're not here to guide you. An artist's job is only to express what they are currently going through. That doesn't have to be right or wrong. We move to the third state of consciousness, which is the alchemist. As an alchemist, you realize you have to integrate the shadow. As an alchemist, you realize you got to convert the negative. So as an artist, when you're just singing about negativity, as an alchemist, you take all of that and say, okay, I'm going to do something about it. Bob Marley was an angel. He's next level. Bob Marley wasn't an artist. Bob Marley was a prophet. That's the difference. Lauryn Hill is not an artist. Lauryn Hill is a prophet, encouraging young women to do better. Encouraging young women that you don't have to sell your body on Instagram for a few likes. Lauryn Hill is not an artist. She's a prophet. There's a difference. You see, a lot of these people who sing, you think they're artists. They're not artists. These are visionaries. These are prophets like Bob Marley, Lauryn Hill. All of these people, they had a message. They're messengers. There's a difference. So the alchemist is someone who is converting the energy from the negative into the positive, but also helping to uplift other people at the same time. Even though they might be in a very bad environment around drugs, violence, they will always make sure they can inspire other people around them. That's what an alchemist does. They grew up in poverty, pain, but their message is diamond, gold, because they're an alchemist. That takes a higher level of consciousness to do that. You are taking all of the bad things and you're turning it into something positive. That's the alchemist. I'm an alchemist, right? And that's where we have to strive to be. We've got to strive to be the alchemists. I know It's crazy in a global pandemic. They're locking people down, but the alchemist is the one who can still smile and say, you can't keep the spirit in lockdown. That's the alchemist. They're always doing the samba. Even though it might be hell outside, they're creating heaven inside. That's the alchemist. Even though they're censoring people on social media, the alchemist always finds a way. They always find a way. And they no longer allow external events to govern their internal condition. They no longer allow external events to govern their internal condition. And David Donaldson, you are appreciated. And the wizard is what I always talk of as the fourth state of consciousness. And the wizard or the oracle is the one who is a culmination of all of those three. The wizard or the oracle is a seer, a visionary, a clairvoyant. They can see things before they happen. They can feel things before they happen. They can hear things before they happen. Nisha, you are appreciated. Let me shout out to everyone who's here, giving thanks to everybody. If you are on this live, smash the like button, deep divers, and share this link. We got a lot to talk about. Gratitude to everyone who's here. Nisha, shout out to you. How do we find out how long we've been on this journey? How do we find out how long we've been on this journey? I can't go back to sleep. I'm very intuitive. My ancestors are breathing down my neck. I'm really being guided. I've made a major transformation, moving up north to start my new beginning. That's a great question. Let's dive into it. How do we find out how long we've been on this journey? I can't go back to sleep. I'm very intuitive. My ancestors are breathing down my neck. You can feel the ancestors. That's what's up. I'm really being guided. I've made a major transformation, moving up north to start my new beginning. That's wonderful. Well, I'll always tell you this. You know how long you've been on the journey based on how wide your eyes are opened. Also, based on what you are doing currently. Let me give you an example, Nisha. When I was 17, I was introduced to a great mentor, but I wasn't really ready for the information because I was still living another life in the Matrix. When you're 17, I was so young. And I knew I was only getting into the information. I was listening, but I wasn't applying it. Obviously, years down the line, the birth of Infinite Waters. I'm now an embodiment of the information. I'm not only talking about it, I'm actually living it. You can't serve two masters. A lot of people say, Ralph, I love your videos, with a bottle of vodka in their right hand. I say, that's fantastic. I'm not going to judge you. But you're not applying what I'm telling you. A lot of people watch my videos, celebrities on Instagram, on Facebook, on YouTube, but their own content is not helping other people wake up. And this is why they're still at an infant stage, kindergarten stage of their journey. Because when you have this information, it's not only to have the information, It's about applying the information. Applying the information. Making sure your life is a living example of the words that are coming out of your mouth. That means you got to change your whole lifestyle. I had to do it. When I used to work in the Matrix, I made a video once when I was working in the Matrix still. And I realized that I was living a double life. And I realized I wasn't there yet. And that's okay. And then I said, hey, I got to go all in. And what happened to me? I realized you cannot serve two masters. You can never serve two masters. You can never serve two masters. And this is what I always want to remind you of. Nisha, how do we find out how long we've been on this journey? Just take a look at your life and see what you are currently doing every single day. If it's in alignment with what you know in your heart. If there is an alignment, you know you are moving forward. If there is a cognitive dissonance, which is where you know something, but you're living another life, what happens? So always remind yourself, you are in alignment every single day. This is how you create growth. Always remind yourself, you are in alignment every single day. So many beautiful deep divers here. Make sure you smash the like button, deep divers. Let's just raise the frequency. Let's just raise the frequency. Let's get ready to raise the frequency. Shout out to Brian Divisions.
Yeah. Shout out Infinite Waters.
Shout out to you, Brian.
Smart. Brian Divisions. Yeah.
Hold up. Shall I play that song by Brian Divisions, Deep Divers? Shall I play that song by Brian Divisions, or should we go 80s? Which one? Shall I play that song by Brian Divisions, or should we go 80s? You've heard that song before. You've heard that song before by Brian Divisions. Shall I play that song by Brian Divisions? Or should we go 80s? Let me play that song by Brian Divisions because it's such an important message. Let's play the song by Brian Divisions then. Adam, you are appreciated. Because Brian Divisions had a very important message. And this was when Deep Divers, I said, hey, if you got a song about the 5D, send it in. He sent it in. He sent in the song. And let's play it and let's listen to it. Make sure you smash the like button and share this link. Let's go.
Yeah. Shout out Infinite Waters. Ralph Smart. Brian Divisions. We Need no 5G, we in 5D. We ain't need no 5G, we in 5D. We ain't need no 5G, that's unlikely. We in 5D, the fifth dimensional reality. No 5G, we in 5D. We ain't need no 5G, we in 5D. We ain't need no 5G, that's unlikely. We in that 5D, that fifth dimensional reality. Yeah, I don't need no 5G because I live in 5D. I don't need new towers, I just need more of them pine trees. So when I kick it, then you know just where you'll find me. And if you ask, then you know just what the time be. It's now. I'm in the present, in the clouds, but both feet on the ground. To Mother Gaia, connecting to the source all around. These waters also infinite, frequencies all surround. Enter and exit my cells through the miracle of sound. But I prefer the natural vibes over those from Cell Tower. Yeah, why so quick to roll it out with no test on its true power? Maybe you should just take your time, give it more than just an hour, and think about the effect you can cause, so don't hide or cower. But we know why, it's the need to constantly progress. Money, power, and success, fear there won't be crumbs left if you're not the one who doesn't win the war or conquest, and prove to the world that you simply...
Okay, Brian, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. Let's go 80s deep divers. Make sure you smash the like button and share this link. We got a lot to talk about after this. Let's go. I'm so happy. The whole world is just beginning. We already won. It's about us all. So many beautiful deep divers here. I'm so happy, deep divers. One love to everyone here. Listen to this guitar solo. Let's go. Oh, baby. So happy to manifest whatever you want, to be whatever you want. It's a choice. Freedom is a must. We have to become the spoon. We got to become the spoon, deep divers. You enjoyed that? We enjoyed it. We enjoyed that, deep divers. We enjoyed that. And if you're just joining, we're just starting. We're going to talk about everything I spoke about in the new video. Also, what nobody talks about when it comes to spiritual awakening. Many people realize that the journey can be a journey full of ups and downs, trials and tribulations, The journey can be filled with people judging you for the life path you've chose. The journey can be filled with people doubting you. The journey can be filled with people who are calling you a conspiracy theorist. The journey can be filled with people who do not believe in you. The journey can be filled with naysayers. I've got a story for you, deep divers. When I first, there would be no infinite waters. There would be no infinite waters. When I first started in my backyard, I was looking a little bit shaky, baby. When I had the beautiful afro, I had a lot of people saying, Ralph, what on earth are you doing? People doubting me. It's not going to work out for you. Just be like everyone else. And that statement, just be like everyone else, is what keeps so many people away from their greatness. I said, you know what? In my reality, we're going to have the rainbows. We're going to have the rainbows, deep divers. We're going to have the rainbows. And that's what happened. I spoke this into existence. And that's what happened. I want to remind you, courage is what will get you there. Belief in yourself is what will get you there. After all these years, I'm still here. This wasn't supposed to happen. But it did happen. I was brave enough to follow my life path and calling. The universe called me on the two-way. It said, Ralph, we've got your back. I said, really? The universe said, absolutely. Now, I want to remind you, I'm protected every single day. The reason why I have royal protection is because I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Listen very carefully. Along the journey, you are going to have many snakes, many wolves in sheep's clothing, many people who are going to come around you to distract you from where you need to be. Happened to me along my journey. So let's go back. Can we do a rewind? Can we do a rewind, please? Can we do a rewind? Let's do a rewind, deep divers. Rewind. We're doing a rewind right now. Can we do a rewind? Rewind. Let's go back. It's 2013. Ralph Smart is just starting on YouTube, doing a little samba baby, getting into the groove. Destiny McKinney, you know what's up. Shout out to you, the wonderful, incredible, magnificent Destiny McKinney. You can't drag the old into your next level, just like how a butterfly has to let go of the cocoon to fly. Can I screenshot that right now, please, Destiny? I'm going to credit you, though. I'm going to credit you. Oh, I just screenshotted that. So I can keep this quote unquote Destiny McKinney. Let me say it one more time. Wait a minute. I want to make some noise for you, Destiny. I want to make some noise for you. Can I put the sunglasses for you, Destiny? Beautiful, beautiful. That's a slow motion. Slow motion this side. You can't drag the old into the new level. Just like how a butterfly has to let go of the cocoon to fly. Let me say it one more time, deep divers. You can't drag the old into your next level. What? Destiny, can I buy a book off you or something? Please. 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 Cause you got bars, Destiny. You got bars, Destiny. You got that knowledge, Destiny. You got that wisdom, Destiny. You got Ralph Smart doing a slow motion up here. You got Ralph Smart doing a slow motion out here. Destiny, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Destiny. We haven't even, we're going to read it, but first. We got the rainbow for you, Destiny. Look. Powerful. Powerful. You can't drag the old into your next level. Deep divers, listen to what Destiny's telling you. You can't drag the old into your next level. Just like how a butterfly has to let go of the cocoon to fly. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You have just summed up everything in one sentence. How on earth did you do that? You can't drag the old into your new level. What? Just like how a butterfly has to let go of the cocoon to fly. Woo! Woo! Slow motion. This side. Slow motion that side. Absolutely. And that's why I always say, going back to the story I was telling you about, in 2013, I was kind of just getting into YouTube, like kind of trying to give it a good go, but had people from my life, old friends coming back on the scene who wanted to derail me. They wanted to distract me. They wanted to lead me down the wrong path. A lot of them were like, hey, Ralph, let's go to the club every week. Let's turn up. I'm like, hey, I don't want to go, man. I got to do other things. They're like, come on, Ralph. This is how you are also going to be tested. Because when we talk of going to the next level, there are more challenges, more distractions, more wolves in sheep's clothing, more temptations, more agents in disguise. So I told you, I'm a Pisces. I'm a natural clairvoyant. I realized that a lot of these people who were inviting me to these clubs and these events, because they wanted me just to get drunk so I could be away from my purpose, they were doing this on purpose. And you also have people just like this in your life who are distracting you from where you need to be right now, who are agents in disguise, who don't want to see you win. They don't want to see you grow. They don't want to see you go to the next level. And therefore, you have to be aware of it. It might even be your best friend. That's deep right there. It might even be someone close to you. I was able to not allow myself to get derailed. It's what we call the crabs in a bucket mentality. A lot of people aren't doing any good with their life. So what happens? They want to take you down with them. They want to take you down with them. And it's going to happen to you. Yes, you on this live stream. This is why you have to keep your circle small. This is why, as you are growing on the journey, not everyone who calls you a friend is a friend. Some people are distractions in disguise. Not everyone is genuine. Some people are temptations. So, when I was first sharing on YouTube, I didn't realize I would get my hardest challenges there and then, because you get your greatest challenges when you are first starting, when you are at the beginning stages of your growth. This is where you get the challenges, the temptations. I'm in California. A lot of temptations. I'm in Hollywood. A lot of temptations. I had to let all of that go and say, you know what? I'm going to do me. And this is the reason why I'm still here. So when we talk of what nobody tells you about the spiritual awakening, is that you are going to be tempted. Temptation is going to come your way. And you have to remind yourself to stay focused on where you need to be. John L., you are appreciated. Shout out to everyone who's here. Make sure you smash that like button, deep divers, and share this link. We got a lot of deep divers here. Smash the like button. Give appreciation. We're just starting. John L., shout out to you. Ralph, I am so glad to have 7 remind me to come back to the water's wholeness. I am diving deep, doing the shadow work. That's what life is all about. It is all about doing the shadow work. And part of the shadow work in the collective is about reminding us that everything happening outside of us is a reflection of the collective psyche. Let's raise the frequency a bit, deep divers. You are appreciated. Do you want a meditation? Classical music? Do you want 80s? Do you want to go back to Africa right now? What do you want, deep divers? Let me know. Let's do a meditation. I played this last live. Let's do it again. This is just to really ground ourselves, raise the frequency. Very beautiful classical music. Enjoy it. Let's go. Is Ralph smart in nature? We're out here in nature, baby. Some of the best music to raise your frequency, deep divers. Let's meditate on this. Let's go. Let's go to Africa. Let's go to Africa, deep divers. Let's go. Let's raise the frequency. Good vibes, deep divers, good vibes. We're in the Lion King, deep divers. Let's go. Raising the frequency. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, yes. Beautiful vibes, beautiful vibes. And that's why I always tell you, Mother Africa, Mother Nature is how to heal yourself, and you can't beat it. You cannot beat Mother Nature. That song reminds me of Mother Nature, deep divers. One love to everyone who's here. I'm answering all questions. Shout out to everyone who's here. We're talking about it, deep divers. And I'm going to talk more about Eleftheria, which is the freedom from slavery. It's a Greek word, Eleftheria. I talked about it in the new video. Go and check out that new video. It's a trap. It's time to wake up. Jack Harley, you are appreciated. How does one live knowing one's parents will most likely die before one? Shout out to you. Remind yourself, stay as positive as you can. And like I say, nobody knows the time or the hour. Nobody knows the time or the hour. This is what the ancients knew. Death comes like a thief in the night. Nobody knows. But what you do know is that energy can never be destroyed. We are immortal. We are eternal. And when you focus on the life you are supposed to be living, when you are living in your purpose, you can make them proud. You can make your parents proud. And they live on in you. But like I told you, nobody knows the time or the hour. Don't focus on that. Focus on elevation. Because nobody knows the time or the hour. There are young people who pass away. There are old people who are terminally ill and continue to live for a long time. There are people who are so healthy. The next minute, they're out of here. There are people who have been suffering with something for 50 years and they're still here. This is how complex life is, because we have all signed a soul contract before we came here. We've all signed a soul contract which tells us how many years we get in this particular body and incarnation. Destiny McKinney, you are appreciated. And that's why I told you there's an Arabic word called maktub, which means it was written. It was written in the book of life. You don't have to worry about that because it was already written. It was already written in the book of life. And all you have to do is make sure you are in alignment with what you're here to do. Destiny McKinney, you are appreciated. Shout out to Destiny McKinney. I'm ready for a new chapter, baby. I am ready for a new chapter and all the favor the universe has in store for me. That's beautiful. Destiny, I want to buy your book. Destiny McKinney, can we please buy your book? Destiny McKinney, can we please buy your book? Because you got a beautiful mind. You got a beautiful mind. I'm always also writing quotes on Instagram. Make sure, everybody on this live, make sure you add me on the new Instagram account at official Ralph Smart. Make sure you do that once again. Add me on the Instagram at Ralph Smart. Because I'm also like Destiny McKinney out here. I love that, Destiny McKinney. I am ready for a new chapter and all the favor the universe has in store for me. Beautiful. So if we realize, deep divers, one of the greatest spiritual epiphanies I had, life epiphanies I had, one of the greatest life epiphanies I had was that I am not insignificant. What I do matters. What you do matters. To such a large extent, it's unbelievable. What you do matters. And this is why the ancients knew that everything we do matters. Every voice matters. So I want you to remind yourself on this live, you may not have a big platform. You may not have even 1,000 subscribers. Doesn't make a difference. You are appreciated. Thank you for that. You may not even have 1,000 subscribers. That doesn't make a difference. If one person sees your message, you can impact one person. And that's all that matters. You've done your job. I told you when I first started sharing, it was only just to reach one person, and it still is. All you have to remind yourself is that one person, if one person hears you, that's enough. Sherry Davis, shining bright, you are appreciated. If one person hears you, that's enough. Because all it takes is one candle to light 1,000. All it takes is one candle to light 1 billion. All it ever takes is one person to change the world. And that person is you. It always has been. And it always will be. So remind yourself, you don't need a whole army of people. All you need is you. That's all you need to realize that one person is enough. One person is enough. So never feel that what you do is insignificant. You could inspire the next mind that turns this whole thing around. You could inspire the next mind that turns this whole thing around. You could inspire the scientist that's the new Nikola Tesla. You could inspire the soul that's the new Dr. Sebi. That's the new Ralph Smart. You could do that. Because you never know who's listening to you. You never know who's watching you. So always remind yourself of that every single day. You never quite know who's listening to you. You never quite know who's watching you. Always remind yourself of that every single day. You never quite know. I want to tell you this, deep divers. Right now, a lot of people are starting to see people's true colors. Many people who you thought were awake, you're now starting to realize they still haven't fully awakened. Spiritual awakening is just like a fruit. It takes time for things to ripen. Many people haven't done the inner work. They might have read books. They might have read books, but they themselves are still going along with what they are being told to do in the matrix. Because they themselves haven't experienced it for themselves. And that's why I told you, it doesn't matter how many books you read. What matters is how much you are actually experiencing. That's all that matters. Are you going through the experiences yourself? Or are you just reading about it? A lot of people are still fear-based. And this is why I always recommend people to not just read inspiring quotes. Make them mean something. Noble royalty, you are appreciated. Enjoying the chat, Ralph, you are appreciated. Make them mean something. And this is why some people they can not even say any inspiring quotes, but what they say is coming from a very raw, truthful place. And it's more powerful than all of those fancy quotes. Because a lot of people who are quoting things or saying these elaborate statements, it only sounds good. But these same people aren't living the life they're talking about. They don't even know about the life they're talking about. They haven't even gone through those experiences. And that's why I told you about the levels. I told you about the levels. And this is the reason why when I first started Infinite Waters, I had to humble myself. I had to keep quiet. I had to stop talking about things I weren't living. And I learned, only talk about what you're living. Only talk about what you're experiencing. And now it's going to come from a truthful place. And this is why I want to remind you, this is how to elevate every single day. Let's raise the frequency, deep divers. Let's raise the frequency. Now, we done classical, we done 80s. We ain't done any reggaeton. Because we're at the beach, let's go. Let's do some reggaeton deep divers. Let's turn up. Wait a minute, pull up. You ready for that, deep divers? Are you ready for that? Are you ready for that? Should we do a rewind? Should we do a rewind? Destiny McKinney, you are appreciated. One love to you. Should we do a rewind? We were just introducing some good ass frequencies there. Can we do a rewind, deep divers? You are appreciated. Pull it up, deep divers. Let's pull up that track. Let's go again. That was a rewind. Oh, we got an exclusive. Let's go. Oh, I'm liking this, deep divers. Let's go. Oh, yeah, we're enjoying that. Let me shout out to everyone who's here. Living Treasure, Destiny McKinney, you keep dropping these bombs, these truth bombs. Absolutely. You are appreciated. Living Treasure that is better than silver and gold, or even lost rubies or priceless pearls. You are just truly amazing. Thank you for your wisdom. You are truly amazing, Destiny, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you every single day. You are appreciated. You are most definitely appreciated. And that's why I always tell you, the story I spoke of in the new video of the fisherman, the Mexican fisherman. What you have to remind yourself of is that that story sums up so many things. So in this story, we realize that a Mexican fisherman is just fishing. He says, "This is my life." He lives in a small village. He's approached by an American tourist who has graduated from Harvard, an MBA. The American tourist says, "Hey, what do you do in this small village?" He says, "Hey, I sleep late. I fish a little. I play the guitar. I have a siesta with my wife. I hang out with my friends. I have a good life." The American tourist says, "Hey, you're missing out on a big opportunity. I want you to work all day so you can afford a bigger boat. Then you can have more fish. Then you can actually employ other people to work for you. Then you can have a whole fleet of boats. Then invest in the stock market. You can make millions. The Mexican fisherman asked, how long will that take? The American tourist said, 20 to 25 years. The Mexican fisherman replied, and then what? He said, then, after those 25 years, you can retire. Live in a small village. Live in a small village. Fish a little. Have a siesta with your wife. Play the guitar. Hang out with your friends. So the Mexican fisherman replied, but that's what I'm already doing. Right? That's what I'm already doing. So that story is so powerful. That story is so powerful when it comes to spiritual awakening. Sometimes we don't realize we already have the crown jewels inside of us. Some of us, we don't even realize we already have the crown jewels inside of us. And that's why I say I'm extremely happy. People say, Ralph, how are you doing? I say I'm very happy because I love the life I'm living. I'm living in a small village. I don't fish because I'm a vegan, but I skate a little. I hang out with friends. Right? I'm living a simple life, which is very enriching. So many times we do so much to stress ourselves out. We do things that make us unhappy, when in actuality, we have to do what makes us most happy every single day. And this is the highest form of spirituality. I want to remind you of that every single day. That the crown jewels lie inside of you. I surf, right? I skate. I also surf. I've surfed in many countries. I was in Portugal, a place called Peniche. I speak fluent Portuguese because I used to live in Brazil. When I'm in Portugal, in this place called Peniche, I'm meeting the locals. And there was this guy, I never forget, he was 34 years old. He said he's been surfing all the time. I said, how does it feel when you're riding those waves? He said, better than all the diamonds in the world. He said, it's nirvana. When I saw the stare coming from his face, the eyes, the glare in his eyes, I'm like, okay, he had found the secret. He had found his own personal happiness. And this is spiritual enlightenment. It's not about the car you drive, the house you live in. It's about the contentment that you find inside of yourself. That's a silent slow motion. And I'm very content. Very content. And this is where, when you find that as well, life takes on a whole new meaning. When you find the contentment within yourself. And that's why I told you, even though I share videos, I'm actually not addicted to, I'm a Pisces. I work better behind the scenes. I don't need social media, but I use these tools to get a message out. But there will be a time when Ralph Smart won't even have Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, all of these things. I'll be living off the grid with a cat down the road. Beautiful loved ones, children. But at the same time, I appreciate these tools right now because we can get the message out there. I want to remind you, deep divers, we are the power. We always were and we always will be. To everyone, remind yourself, spirituality is not something you practice. Spirituality is a part of who you are. And many people will awaken to the truth. The truth. You are appreciated. Many people undergo a transformation. Some people go on a spiritual fast, a retreat. But some people also go through the dark night of the soul. And it is in our darkest moments we become illuminated. This is where people have the greatest spiritual awakening, through the challenge, because it is in our greatest challenge that we find our greatest evolution. It is in our greatest adversity that we find our greatest strength. It is in our greatest setback that we find our greatest desire to move forward. So I want to remind you, wonderful deep divers, you are powerful. You are appreciated. I want to remind you of that. Let me say that one more time because that was a slow motion. In our greatest strength. Let me say that one more time, deep divers. In our greatest challenge, we find our greatest evolution. In our greatest setback, we find our greatest desire to move forward. In our greatest adversity, we find our greatest strength. And I want you to remind yourself of this every single day. That even with everything that's happening on the planet, what seems like the end is nothing more than a new beginning in disguise. But before things can fall into place, they have to be torn apart. And this is a metaphor for the spiritual experience. You will be left in shreds, only to be put back together, to rise from the ashes like the phoenix. Everybody I know who is spiritually evolved, who is there, Samantha Jones, you are appreciated. Let me shout out to everyone who's here. Bria, you are appreciated. Thank you for that. Reading every single comment. Samantha Jones. Let me give a gratitude to Samantha Jones, right? Samantha Jones, you are appreciated. Thank you for sharing your light. Will you be down to be a guest on my podcast? No. Absolutely not. Of course, Samantha. I'll do it. Make sure you email me. Email infinitewaters@gmail.com. Also, DM on Instagram. Do that right now, Samantha, at Ralph Smart, at official Ralph Smart. So, Samantha, do that right now, and I'll be there. You're supporting me. I'm going to support you. This is how the love energy works. And this is why I always want to encourage deep divers that it's a two-way street. I'm going to be there. So DM me, Samantha, Instagram at official Ralph Smart. And deep divers, make sure you add me on Instagram at official Ralph Smart. And make sure you smash the like button right now. Someone said, click the like button, Ralph. Click. You don't have to smash the like button. We can click the like button too. If that's better for you, we can do that as well. Click the like button, deep divers. Phoenix 24 Ham, you are appreciated. Shout out to you. Life is one of the greatest things you can have. Life is one of the greatest things you can have. Without it, you would be curious about what life would be like. Thank you, Ralph. One of my quotes. Beautiful. Wonderful. That's very true. Life is one of the greatest things you can have. Without it, you would be curious about what life would be like. I like that a lot. That's a powerful quote. Powerful quote right there. Well, I want to remind you, because you said that, Phoenix, do you remember, if any of you have been injured, I twisted my ankle one time and I'm like, gosh, I really value an ankle right now. Something we just take for granted is so essential. It's funny how the smallest things can have the biggest impact on us. And when you realize this, you start to grow, you start to smile, that it's actually the smallest things that actually create the biggest things. And without the smallest things, you have nothing. I'm talking about your baby toe. Phoenix, you are appreciated. I'm talking about your baby toe. I'm talking about even your back. Things you just take for granted. Your ankle, your neck, your eyes. If something is wrong with them, they can interfere with the whole well-being of your body. Tom Evans, you are appreciated. So I want to remind you, Jose Valdez, you are appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, Jose. I want to remind you, it's the smallest things that make the biggest difference. And this is why a lot of people, when we talk of becoming an alchemist, you take care of the small things and everything takes care of itself. A lot of people only focus on the big things. They forget about the small things. But it's the small things that influence everything, not the big things. So when you realize all you have to do is make your bed, that's a metaphor for making sure you are taking care of the small things. Everything else will fall into place. Making sure the small things are taken care of. A lot of people, for example, say, hey, I want to make money, but their diet is terrible. So even if you get the money, you can't even enjoy it because you got to spend all of that money on healthcare. Hello. And I always say, your peace of mind is the highest form of wealth. This is what happens along the spiritual journey. That's what happens. So many beautiful deep divers here. let's raise the frequency a bit, deep divers, because we came here to dance. We came here to turn up. Let's go 80s, baby. Let's get ready, deep divers. Get dancing. Put on your dancing shoes. Oh, let's get ready. I'm so happy. The whole world is just beginning. We already won. It's about us all. So many beautiful deep divers here. How you feeling today, deep divers? You enjoying this or what? Make sure you smash the like button and give thanks. Yeah, I'm so happy. It's a choice. So happy to manifest whatever you want, to be whatever you want. It's a choice. Freedom is a must. We have to become the spoon. Oh yes. Did you enjoy that? Or did you enjoy that? So, one thing so many beautiful deep divers, everybody in this chat, I want to say you are appreciated. I want to give you all a round of applause. Thank you for being here. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose here to be, you chose to be here with a cat down the road. You chose to be here with a cat down the road. We love you, deep divers. So, the biggest thing I want to tell you about deep divers is a lot of people have noticed. Shout out to you, Adam. You are appreciated. A lot of people have noticed that many people who have a mind of their own are called conspiracy theorists. And I want to remind you, you are not a conspiracy theorist. You are a researcher. Who has an open mind when most people are merely sheeps drinking the Kool-Aid? Go and research about the Jamestown Massacre, Jim Jones. Go and research about the disciples of Christ. Go and research about the Jim Jones Massacre in Guyana. Do not drink the Kool-Aid. I repeat, do not drink the Kool-Aid. If only people had listened to that message. Do not drink the Kool-Aid. That's the message they needed. So now we can learn from that horrific experience, and people have to learn to not drink the Kool-Aid, to not just do what they are being told to do, but to ask questions, to say, why do we have to do this? And you have to stand up for your freedoms. You have to stand up against Big Pharma. You have to stand up against Big Tech. You have to stand up for your freedom and for your rights. This is a message only for the 144,000. The chosen ones. You know who I'm talking to. That is you. Am I blushing, deep divers? Deep divers, I want to say you are all appreciated. How did you enjoy this video? Make sure you smash this like button. Smash the like button if you enjoyed it, and smash the like button even if you didn't. Smash the like button so we can get this out, because that's how these algorithms work. Get the message out there. I want to say to everyone here, you are truly appreciated. I want to remind you, you are the power. Make sure that you know that every single day you are the power. Make sure you get this book, Feel Alive by Ralph Smart, on Amazon and at ralphsmart.com/the book. That will help you become your greatest version. And a lot of the things I talk about in videos, from relationships to 7-Day Vegan Challenge, food, nutrition, is inside of this book. It's the manual, the blueprint to becoming your greatest version. Also, make sure you check out the Good Ass Prana shirts at ralphsmart.com/clothes and spreadshirt.com if you're in America. And if you're a sexy ass model, woo, with a whole lot of heart who wants to model the clothing, well, go and buy some. I want to remind you, deep divers, you are appreciated. And go and check out that video. Go and check out that new video. Wake up before it's too late. Nathaniel, you are appreciated. Go and check out that video. Midnight Hunterway, you are appreciated. I see you. I got a shout out to the Midnight Hunterway. Someone who is truly appreciated here. Thank you. I appreciate you. You are supported. Nathaniel Sanders, shout out to you. Thank you for waking up the masses. Aqua Ralph and Godspeed, you are appreciated. One love to you. Once again, deep divers, I love all of you. And we'll be back tomorrow for the other live stream on a whole new topic. If you have a question for me, if you have a message for me, add me on Instagram at Ralph Smart. DM me there. Let's rock out, deep divers. One love to everyone. Smash the like button. Let's go. Mitch, you are appreciated. Let me shout out to everyone who's here. Jesus, you are appreciated. You just found. Jesus, you just found this. You are appreciated. One love to you. One love to you. Mitch Lambros, you are appreciated. Thank you. Ralphie, we love you. Follow our all vegan business in Jersey. Absolutely. Soul Bowls, we spread good vibes on the daily through our beautiful fruit bowls. Hey, we ain't even had breakfast yet. Can I get a hello there? Once again, deep divers, shout out to Meech Lambros. Ralphie, we love you. Follow our all vegan business in Jersey, Soul Bowls. We spread good vibes on the daily through our daily fruit. We spread good vibes on the daily through our beautiful fruit bowls. That's what's up. And I got to show you some good ass food. Let me show you some good ass food. Hold on a second. Let me show you some good ass food. Do I have some food right now I can show you? Do I have any food to show you? Oh, we got the food. We got the papaya. We got the strawberries. We got the pineapples, right? We got it. We got it, right? We got it. Right? So we're good to go. We are good to go. Let me shout out to all of you wonderful deep divers. Gene Thomas, you are appreciated. Welcome. So deep divers, I'll be back tomorrow. And Jack Harley, you are appreciated. How did you enjoy this video, deep divers? How did you enjoy this stream? Oh, we had fun. Oh, we had fun, deep divers. Oh, we had fun. And that's what it's all about. You know, ultimately, that's what I'm always here to share with you. That's what we're here to do. No matter what's happening on the planet, don't let the global pandemic get you down. Don't let other people get you down. Rise up, because you came here to shine. Oh, we had fun. So let's rock out, deep divers. Let's go 80s. Let's go 80s. Let's go 80s. I love all of you. I'll be back tomorrow for another live stream. And turn on the notifications. Be here, because we got a whole lot to talk about. Peace, infinite waters, diving deep once again. It's time to go 80s. Let's go 80s. Let's go 80s. Make sure you smash that like button, deep divers. Smash that like button, and let's turn up. Let's go. Let's go. Pull up. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, deep divers. Anita, shout out to Anita. I'm so happy, Anita. Let me pull up your comment. Let me shout out to Anita. And this is why I do these live streams, just to I'm happy I made your day. That's why I do these live streams. Anita, you are appreciated. Thank you, Ralph. You made my day. Love, love, love you. I love you too. You are appreciated. That's what it's always about. You are appreciated. So I want to say to everyone who's been on this stream, you are appreciated. And thank you for your support. Thank you for diving deep. The cat down the road wants to give you something. Is saying thank you for being so awesome. You are appreciated. So let's go 80s, deep divers. Let's go 80s. Let's go 80s. One love to everybody. Let's dance out. so happy. The whole world is just beginning. We already won. It's about us all. So many beautiful deep divers here. So many beautiful deep divers here. Leslie, you are appreciated. Thank you. Feels so good to be alive, baby. Yeah, I'm so happy. It's a choice. So happy to manifest whatever you want, to be whatever you want to be. It's a choice. Freedom is a must. We have to become the spoon. Deep divers, you are all appreciated. J Jax, you are appreciated. I love all of you deep divers. Oh, we had fun. So, you like these lights in the background, deep divers? It's like a disco right now. It's like a disco. One love. I'll see you tomorrow, deep divers. Also, check out that new video. Alexis, you are appreciated. So many beautiful deep divers here. Truly grateful. Truly grateful. And I make sure I read every single comment of people who are giving thanks so I can give thanks. Feeling that high vibes. This is the most loving community of deep divers. This is what the world needs, unity. Slow motion this side. That's a screenshot moment. We just screenshotted that. Can we get a rainbow or something right now? Can we get a rainbow? Can we do the rainbow? We can do the rainbow. Can we do the horns? Can we do the rewind? Can we do the to be continued? Oh, yes. Absolutely. You are appreciated. It feels so good to be alive, deep divers. I love all of you. So, join me tomorrow. Turn on the notifications, deep divers. We out. Let's go.